All to play for then. Serbia in the blue. Kalaric and Klasnic up against Lenil and Bassero of France, and it starts with a sky ball into the breeze. And very nice piece of defensive work. Klasnic pokes it through the block of Bassero, and referee says it did get a touch. And Bassero not arguing. So, first point on the board in this race to 21 in the opening set. Simon Golding with you for the next 4 matches on centre court, and they're all big games. Winner takes all for a place in the main draw. Solid control. Lefty. Lenil gets it away. 1m92. Left-handed player generally plays the defensive role in this partnership alongside Remy Bassero, which is what he's going to do here off the back of this serve. Oh, it's a great block. That's a super block. Remy Bassero is such a good athlete, and look at this late move, and he leaps out into that line. That's a huge stop. First point in anger off the back of the serve then for France. Serbia got to come back here, and they come back nicely. Very good swing from Klasnic. To serve. Again, really good. He's such a solid power player. Here's Bassero. And he will come through, so he's going to steam up to the net to form his block. Oh, he's done it again. Oh, he comes back, but it's 2 touches on the way. Spotted by the first official. 2. Solid stuff from the number 2 seeds. Lovely rainbow pokey just as Lenil gave up his position and started to chase the line. So 4-3 our first end switch. You can see from the flags in the background the wind not influencing the centre court at the moment, as it did last week in the Challenge Tour. It's been swirling a bit today, but generally speaking, pretty calm. Good. Beautiful option taken by Julien Lenil when he was with Les Bleus, the French national squad. He was one of the passer outside hitters. A very good one. Good serve. Nice recovery from Serbia. Lenil. Well, tries to float that up to the tape. Never really got enough height there, and instantly George Klasnic wants a word with the referee about Julien Lenil's hand from way off the net. So Serbia's serve target remains Lenil. Stick down the line for Klasnic, but it's just got too tight to the net. And the throw down block is good, but the net touch as well from Serbia would have given France the point anyway. 6-4. Now France have started on George Klasnic at the moment. He's been relatively solid, but those 2 blocks from Bassero and him mean they're going to carry on after the guy in the bandana. Yeah, there we go. Well, there's the value of just having a quiet word with the referee about your thoughts on the opposition setting, the hand setting. And instantly, Bassero attempting a reverse. The referee's all over it. So France will have to be a little more careful now with their hand setting. Or just take the hand setting out of the equation. And put the option ball away. That's what Bassero's done here. Good pass onto the net. Bassero's height and power and control, that's always going to be a threat. Back to the left-handed jump serve of Lenil. Struggling for a bit of rhythm here, France. They've had some very positive points, but given a fair amount back as well to the Serbian duo. Have a higher world ranking than the French pair, courtesy of a couple of seasons together collecting points. Good lead. Looks like a different man, doesn't he, Julien Lenil? Those of you that saw him play internationally for France, no moustache and a man bun. It's a very different man. Look more like Lenil than Lenil does, if that makes sense. Yeah, 3 now. That's 3 blocks for Bassero, all on the same player. He's rather got Klasnic's number here. Great line over. I know my co-commentator here, Volleyball World, has been really impressed with this Lenil-Bassero partnership. Travis Muhert, a big fan of Remy Bassero's work. That was a lot of noise for a very low sky ball. Not so much a sky ball. Not too easy. Little look there. He got a bit of sand sharks on his approach to Bassero, but all under control. So a good look at where the defender was. 3-point margin then opened up by France. Jump float serve this time to Klasnic, and he returns the favour on the very calm cross-court roll. Kolaric and Klasnic played well in places last week here at the Challenge event in Torquay, but couldn't quite deliver that final push into the big part of the tournament. And I would say a slightly disappointing finish as well for Lenil and Bassero, who again very strong in the early phases, but finished 9th, whereas the Serbian duo finished 19th. And when I watched Kolaric and Klasnic play, they never look like a 19th place team. They always look like they're going to be pushing for top 10. Brilliant. Well, that was a really good effort from Bassero as he just peeled to a couple of metres off the net, and he was still beaten. You don't see that often. Peeled to 2 metres, beaten to 3 metres. Back to the very low sky ball. He's got that a bit higher. That's more like it. It's a bit more carambola. Yeah, good block. He's trying to get himself into this game, is Kolaric. Oh, nice. Very nice option. It's a great side for Lenil, the left-hander. Ball comes to him on the right side of his body and he can just hammer away. Same with Bassero when he's hitting the options from his side. It's the right way round for this French pair to be playing. We started this match very solidly indeed as we hit the first technical timeout in the opening set. 12-9, there's the points worm. We've dropped into a bit more of a side-out battle now. That 3-point cushion is gold dust at this level, especially in Elite 16 competition. We've got a cracking volleyball for you here at Torquay. Chance for a last harvesting of points ahead of the final rankings. The World Tour finals concluding in January in the Middle East. And there's about a month's break for the players to go through their preparations for the new season, and we're into it again in February. But with the added bit of spice that we're into the Olympic qualification period as well. Both these teams will be hoping to go. That's a fine start from the number 2 seeds. Vociferous celebration from Lanil. Team 9. That top spin hard, but out. There are still indoor elements to Julian Lanil's game. It takes a while to knock off the indoor edges, as it were, and come out to the sand. I'm not saying all of that's bad. Some of it actually works and works pretty well. And certainly his pass has transferred nicely. And that's cracking. That's a wonderful hit. Shaped everything for the cross court, even though he was middle of the net. He whips it across his body to the deep corner, beyond the despairing efforts of Krasnic. Swing from Basro. They test out Klaric for one. He's good. He's a very good player. Here's Lazar Klaric. That's why they haven't served him much. He's steady Eddie. Comes to side out. Saw a couple of bandanas last week. Krasnic is rocking one today. Could it be the start of the return of the headwear? Wow, that's superb. This could be the start of a comeback for Serbia. Lazar Klaric with a really great block. Look at this. What a monster qualities about that. And Basro gets a dose of his own medicine. Into the match. Still a 2-point break at the moment for the French pair. Lanil again sets up on the cross court and just keeps going the way he's going. It's a lovely shot. There's a lot to be said for it. Carry on the way you're facing. Defenders expecting you maybe to do something different, and as long as you can beat the blocker on the angle, there's a lot of sand available. Pass. He goes onto the line. Very good work from Krasnic. There we go. Said this one was going to be fascinating, and we're seeing just little pockets of form here, interspersed with solid side-out play. France with the advantage at the moment, but they are not away and clear just yet. Reuse off the tight set by Basro, and then very nice line over. And that's the other side of what's happening with Julian Lanil. This is classic beach volleyball. That's from a man that hasn't played an international beach volleyball contest until this season, since 2007, when he had a bit of a dabble at junior level and then didn't see him again. He's got too good indoors. Fourth block from Basro, who's getting a bit too good on the beach. This is another very nice stop. Wow. And that net cam is just fabulous. I like to see the height that these athletes operate at. And then it's funny because you forget what they're jumping on. You forget the surface that these athletes are playing on. Yes, they've all got their sand legs, but you just need to watch the, no offence guys, TV crew stumbling about on the sand, setting things up, to remember that this is not the easiest surface to play sport on. Then you see the side on net cam and you realise that these guys are getting their head and shoulders over the net tape. And remember, that net tape is around about the same height as a football crossbar. Puts it all into context. Serbia with a great indoor programme, trying to find their way on the sand. It's still one of those nations that tends to draw quite heavily on former indoor players, but looking to develop that pool of talent of out-and-out beach players. He's got him again. 5 blocks for Basra. Too good. Well, Krasnic is going to have to be more cautious than that. Enough deception on the swing, and it's just allowing Basra to jump into the angles. If he goes again, and when Bassero doesn't get it, Lanil is in a good place. Tight? Yeah, too tight.
Big push there. Serbia get a massive one on board.
Well, Serbia pull a point back, but they only do so off an error in open play from France, when that really could have been another point for the French team. And now big demand on the serve, and so sky ball has been dispensed with. Back to the jump serve. That'll do. He's up for this, isn't he, Lanil? Really committed to this partnership, and there's a few good French teams round at the moment. Crew and Gautier are the best of the bunch, but then you've got Canet and Rotard, the teenagers, who are in action next on centre court. So the pool of talent in terms of bidding for those Olympic places for the host nation in Paris 2024, that is going to be a shootout between those those 3 or 4 teams, sorry. Yeah, great swing. That's so nice. That is so nice from the 23-year-old. Got high, straight as a pencil in the air, and then just whipped it down the line. 5 set points then. This is a solid start from the number 2 seeds from France, and the Black Tops. Weight on that. Klaric with an easy pass, and again easy side out. So they've only served him a couple of times, and he's sided out as if the French team weren't there, which is why Klasnic is getting most of the service pressure. 4 swings for the set then. Luxury for Lanil and Bassero at this level. And that's smooth as you get. 21-16 first set to the French team. They lead Serbia by 1 set to love. They've got 1 foot in the main draw. So good start from Lanil and Bassero. Remember, these next 4 games on centre court, all about winner takes all. If you win, you go through to the main draw. And Rotard next up against Sizer and Kendall of Austria, and then China's Zhu Lingdi and Wang, who finished in 5th place, go up against really impressive Australian team Johnson and Fleming. That's going to be an interesting encounter. And then it's Australia again, Kendall and Bettany, who go up against last week's challenge silver medalists Yuan and Shi Dong. Close out our centre court coverage for the day. So some really good beach volleyball on its way for you. Back though to this encounter. Set 2 then. Lanil hammers one over the baseline, but it's been a good start for the French number 2 seeds, Lanil and Bassero, taking down this dangerous Serbian duo of Klaric and Klasnic. 21 points to 16 in the opening set. Second set race again to 21 points with those changes on multiples of 7. Wind not much of a factor as it was last week here in Torquay in southern Australia. That'll do nicely, but again it's just a little word with the referee. This time Lazar Klaric making his feelings known about the French handling. Tim Cleaver listens. First referee from New Zealand, but then ushers Klaric away. Second service error from France. So they're really pushing it from the line. Any breeze there is seems to be blowing just a touch from right to left, so France happy to try and serve tough into the breeze. Serbia go to Bassero. Bassero hits it hard cross court. He really backs himself, does Remy Bassero. Good peel. Great overhand dig. It's coming back as a free ball for Serbia, but they have to go again. Kalaric takes responsibility and just slides it past the block and down the line. He's making really solid plays. Lazar Kalaric. Klasnic could just get a few more of his passes onto the tape. Kalaric could get into this match with the option ball. That might just relieve a bit of side-out pressure on Klasnic. Lovely jump set and a little open hand roll over the block. Followed by a rather long and lingering look from the blocker. They do that, you know, blockers. They turn to us poor old defenders and they say, why weren't you there? And it's all because the statistical data now says blockers work harder. Oh, well done to Julian Lenil, and Bassero has wrapped it long. Well played, Serbia, 4-3 lead. Number 2 is the server, confirmed by our second official. You must serve in order and alternate service. Easy to forget in the heat of battle who it's supposed to be at the line. And after all of that, it's out. 4-all. Lenil changes up to the jump float from the right side of court. Caught a piece of it. Got handcuffed though. That's the term for that. Just couldn't quite get his hands fixed together for the dig, and so the ball broke through the arms. Oh, back to the sky ball. Oh, he's hit that. He's got that way up into the air, and it's an ace. Brilliant. Well, we saw a lot of sky balls from Karambula last week in his silver medal performance with new partner Ranieri, but we didn't see any aces. We've got one here though from George Klasnic. And again, that one easier for Bassero to pass. Coming back. Brilliant, just brilliant. Wow, what a play. Klasnic scrambles for the defence, but Kalaric as calm as you like. And in offence, Kalaric has not missed a shot. He's put everything away on the 3 serves he's been given, and on the transition plays, he's been really solid. That'll send out a few warning signals here to France, but the scoreboard will be the most telling. 3-point cushion, all started with that sky ball ace. Oh, he's caught that as well. That's a beauty, that's a peach. Well past France. That's superb. What a comeback. Well, Julian Lenil did the right thing there. He called it early, and then he made sure that he took that ball, even though it was landing right on Bassero's head by the time he'd moved. But that's a worry for France, because the sky ball's starting to work there. He's done it again. Clean as a whistle. This time, though, he goes on the option. Lazar Kalaric. Steady player, isn't he? Good pass from Bassero, low down. It's a nice set, manages to get off Kalaric's hands. So we go to our next end switch. 2-point advantage still to the Serbian pair, who are playing some nice beach volleyball at the moment. Up to France to try and knock them off this rhythm. Lenil's got the jump serve to do it. Chooses jump float and chooses Kalaric to serve. This time he's dug. And it left Kalaric in the backcourt, which is not where he really wanted to be. And for the first time in the match, Lenil's got a piece of Kalaric's offense. 2 serve errors at the start of this set from France, and it allowed Serbia to get some momentum. Another great dig. Two in the angle from Lanil, and then off the hands and away. And France recover their composure, repair the damage on the scoreboard, and it's all off the back of the fact they've just put two serves in and tried to play. But it's an interesting change-up to Klaric, who's been on the money up until that point. So that's a very good change of tactics from France. Now back to Klasnic with the middle serve, and it's Klasnic who looks to be in a pretty decent groove right now. Just checking who's got a serve next. I think it was Klasnic's sky ball last time, so it should be... Oh no, I'm wrong. There was a Klaric serve in the middle of all that. And he doesn't go to the sky ball this time. Good work. Darted down to the sand. An expression from USA coach Jordan Cheng. And it's a really good assessment of that shot, and it's a shot that's become more and more popular. Literally just chucking that ball straight down to a point on the sand. Very good. Sick block from Basara. Darted off his arms in the monster block. That's great. What a good reach. Not the best set from Klaric, admittedly, for Klasnic to try and deal with, but still needs to be finished. More service pressure. Good service pressure. And a nice break with the overhand dig. Lanil's on it. And that's superb from Klaric. And very good indeed, as Lanil discovers that sand can be slippery too. His driving leg just slipping away from him. If you get it wrong, it's like trying to run on marbles. Which after all, I guess is kind of what sand is. Just tiny, tiny, tiny ones. Millions of them. Billions of them. That worked. So we hit our technical timeout in set two, with this game turning into a really entertaining encounter.
Serbia to press their way through to the main draw of the Elite 16 Volleyball Beach Pro Tour, and in this set.
And there's the points worm that has got those two handy little runs of points, 3 and a 2 for France. That's allowed them to close the gap. It's a wee bit more beachy, isn't it? In Torquay at the start of this Elite 16 event, it was a bit inclement and overcast on Sunday for the finals. Not that that affected things. The Saturday and Sunday shootouts, quarters, semis and final four matches were just brilliant. Yet again, more fantastic rewards on this Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. If you're a beach volleyball fan, and even if you're just coming into the sport, the entertainment from the players has just been non-stop. Good comeback from Serbia. 3-point lead has been eroded, but they're working hard still in this match and will still feel they've got a chance. And they have to take this at least to a third set. Up goes the sky ball again. We've had one ace, that one though easier for Basara. And that just allows him to open up the runway and come steaming in at that Klaric block. Such a high contact point. Tight. Oh, it's good reach. Good reach from Klaric. There wasn't much else he could do with that ball, and that's where the more experienced defenders, if you think of a Daniele Lupo, he'd have actually been stood there. I mean, Karen Bullock might have even volleyed that. They just know. They know when it's not going anywhere else. Very good. Very good. Out of system play there. French pair, but they made it look simple. Not to be said for being a very good athlete, which is exactly what Julian Lanil does. That makes up for a lot of what he's still learning on the beach. That's out. Hence the celebration, and it's a big celebration. France feel that they've got it now. And the 2-point cushion backs them up on that. That was a very nice set, wasn't it, from Kaladic? Could read the maker's name all the way. Nothing but Mikasa. Good block. Kick number 6. A little more fortunate on that one from Basarov. Might have been a bit of forehead involved in that. And that'll do nicely. They've turned a 3-point deficit into a 3-point lead. And they've done it at the right end of the set. Laniel and Basarov. Timeout called by Kaladic and Klasnic. Well, you'll notice all the different flags around the stadium, and that just reflects the cosmopolitan feel to this whole tour. 19 countries now on the podium, with China joining the action of the weekend. 15 countries winning an Elite 16 Challenge or World Championship event. Those World Championships, it seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? The steaming hot temperatures of the Colosseum in Rome. Just one of the many stunning venues we've been to on the course of this year's tour. Futures events included. Good dig in the angle. He's on it. Bassarov's on it. Tried to make the set, but comes back as a free ball. Klasnic passes. Has a good look at where Laniel is, and he saw that he was cross-court and still hit him. Expecting Laniel to run the line there, I think. He does run the line this time, and he's got it. And there you go, Pokey for the point. Our longest rally of the match ends once again in favour of the French number 2 seeds. Round we go. 28 points, multiples of 7. The right side of court's definitely got a bit of breeze on the back of the players, which is why you're seeing the jump float from that end and more risky serves from this end into the breeze. Little hybrid serve from Laniel, and again he's in the angle, and again he gets dug, but that must have touched the block of Basarov. The block counts as a touch on Beach. So just pinged it over, but out. And the demand is pretty straight for Serbia if they want to stay in the tournament. They've got to find 3 points before France can get to 21. And they have to find it off their own serve, and that was rather too easy. The most committed peel from Kaladic, and Klasnic was left wondering whether that should be him or not. Really should have been the blocker there, chasing with arms up. Heavy serve, heavy ace. And France now turning it on, and the shoulders of the Serbian duo have dropped. Wow, that moved. That started outside Klasnic, it finished up just inside the arm of Kaladic. Well, good try on the option, but I think Laniel was all over it. And it's Julian Laniel that's making all the noise down there. He is fired up for another main draw appearance. They're still trying to break that 9th place. 13th at the Elite 16 in their first ever outing was good. And 9th in the Maldives Challenge. 9th in the Torquay Challenge last week. They want a top 4. They want to impose themselves, and they want to just let the French selectors know that they are there. Good touch off the net. Nice piece of work from Klaric. They're just split blocking at the moment to start with the Serbians. Now they go back to their regular formation, but Basarov just breezes straight over the top of Kaladic. And that brings up 6 match points for France. They've got this job done. Just a matter of when, not if. And there we go. It's on the money. Jump serve from Laniel to finish it. 21-14 in set 2. Julien Laniel and Remy Bassereau are through to the main draw here at this Elite 16 event in Torquay. For Klaric and Klasnic of Serbia, a frustrating finish to them, and they bow out in the qualification stages. 2-0 then to France. They are through. Starting to look like the real deal, isn't he, down there, Julien Laniel? In real terms, he's only been on the sand trying to make this work for about 6 weeks. He and Remy Bassereau going very nicely indeed. 21-16, 21-14. It's main draw time for the French pair. And there's the tail of the tape. Ended pretty smoothly in their favour. The opponent errors maybe just a touch high in places, but some of those will be serve errors really going for it. But the most impressive stat, look at that, 7 blocks from Remy Bassereau. So, good stuff here on centre court. We got 3 more games for you in the qualification period. Every single game counts. Winner takes all for a place in the main draw. And up next, it's Kane and Rota against Austrian competitors. France, Austria, next out on centre court. Stay with us then. World-class beach volleyball action from Torquay on the way. Welcome to the wonderful surf town of Torquay in southern Australia. We're at the eastern tip of the Great Ocean Road on the Victoria Surf Coast here for our final action of the regular Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour season. We've still got the World Tour finals to come in January, but this is the last Elite 16 outing for our competitors to harvest points ahead of those finals. And what a game we've got for you next. Canet and Rotard of France, the teenagers who've taken this tour by storm, are looking forward to their next encounter up against Serbia and Kindle, a wily Austrian pair that could cause them a few problems. Well, temperature okay at 17 degrees, 64% humidity. Hopefully no chance of rain today, and that breeze is still swirling here on centre court, you would expect this part of the world. Well, we've had a lot of fun watching Canet and Rotard this season, the #1 team in the qualification draw. They've risen to 51st in the world rankings from 77, and they're up against the #8 seeds, currently ranked 90 in the world, Matthias Seiser and Moritz Fabian Kindl. Haven't seen a lot of them in Challenge or Elite 16 events. In fact, their only challenge outing was on the Maldives event when they finished in 9th place. Other than that, they've been regular visitors to the Futures events, where their best was a 4th in Myslivoce in Poland. But they're a better team than that, than those results would suggest. So, Canet and Rotard, the youngsters who started off relatively slowly with 33rd place finishes in Kushadasi and Itapema, then picked up that second at the Montpellier Futures when they played so well. Bronze medal at the Under-19 World Cup in Italy and Turkey, where they didn't manage to defend their title. And 21st in Paris, and then bang, it all happened. 5th at Cape Town, 9th last week in Torquay. And, well, unbelievably, 17-year-old Arthur Canet, son of famous French Olympian beach volleyball player in 2004, Stéphane Canet, and 18-year-old Théo Rotard made their way to the top echelons and proved themselves to be genuine competitors for podium places. And with the Olympic selection cycle starting next season, Paris 2024, they will certainly be putting themselves in the frame to appear in the first Olympic Games for France on home sand. Time then to meet our two referees, very familiar face to us. Haralampos Papadopoulos of Greece will be looking after the match from the referee stand. And down there on the sand, our second official from Korea is Ju Kyung-sun. So refs in place, time for the MC now to bring our players out onto the court.
He is a 17-year-old sensation storming up to the scene. Please welcome Arthur Canet.
Arthur Canet, hat on back to front, looking a little bit like Dad, doesn't he? Those of you that remember Stéphane Canet, he's got a little smile that he produces in the occasional rally during matches, and then you think, oh yeah, there's Stéphane. And his partner, 2 meters and 1 tall, Théo Rotard. Oh, to weight ratio, incredible. This guy can jump, and he's already tall.
Please welcome him to center court in Torquay, Moritz Fabian Kindl.
So Moritz Fabian Kindl, powerful athlete. Reminiscent of George of Brazil. The way he goes about his business, and he hammers it when he gets the chance. Partnered with Matthias Seiser, just the taller of the two, but at 1m91 still, in terms of this height-driven sport, a little undersized, but you can make up for that with skill, that's for sure. Should be an entertaining encounter, this one. For a place in the main draw, starting tomorrow. Away we go with our Second round qualification match between the team in green, seeded 1 in the qualies. The French partnership of 17-year-old Arthur Canet with his cap on back to front, who's just put the ball away. And blocking partner Theo Rota, 2 meters and 1, 18-year-old at the net. The teenage sensations on this Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour, going up against the more experienced duo of Matthias Seiser and Moritz Fabian Kindl. And here's the first Kindle-style George Brazil shot from the Austrian defender. He's on it again. And he's been outclassed there by Rota. Now, quite clearly, the argument here from Kindl is that he was just about to hit that when Rota played it. Arolampos Papadoglou, our Greek official, says this was over the net and Theo Rota's ball to play. Tight call, but it's gone France's way. Referee's decision is final. 2-0 to the #1 seeds in qualification. Good swing, left-handed from Seiser, and Seiser comes back with another on the rebound play. So Austria put their first point on the board. Not had a podium this season. They've played 7 futures events, Seiser and Kindl. They are good enough to be podium finishes on the futures, that's for sure. Haven't quite put it together, but they were solid in the Maldives for a 9th, and that's a pretty solid start there with the ace down the line. They'll take it. I think Canet and Rota have got to be careful in this match. Austrian duo could cause them problems if Canet and Rota don't manage to hit top gear. Former under-19 world champions, they won that title in Torquay seasons ago, but not able to defend the title this time around. Content themselves with a bronze medal finish. Strange, isn't it? They're going to the World Tour where they are amongst the best teams and didn't manage to win the under-19s. That just underlines the quality coming through. Heavy swing and a good swing. Very nicely done, straight down the seam. Kindl. Good work. Rota, and I think, well, can't work out whether the apology there from Kindl was for serving Rota in the first place or just not quite being in the right place on the line. So our first switch. It's marginally, well, the way the wind has been blowing, it's marginally better this side, but there's not much breeze today to speak of. Yeah, good option. And rather unusually, we've got 2 pesky lefties, 2 southpaws together out there on court. That can mess with your brain if you're on the other side of the net and used to playing maybe 2 right-handers or a right-hand, left-hand combination. But 2 lefties is a different ball game. Really good swing. It's just crazy. It's crazy. That's a 17-year-old that's just hit that ball. I can't emphasise enough how much potential these two have. And again, Kindl really happy to go with the option ball. What he's doing here is he's not letting Theo Rota get into the net and settle. He's hitting it before he's able to establish his block and penetrate. And that's just, in inverted commas, just a little naive from the 18-year-old. Definitely blew away from the net, but another really strong hand from Canet. 1m92 Canet, so not undersized as a defender. Nicely behind this 2 meters and 1 block of Rota. And again, he's got done. Theo Rota has got to switch on. He's got to be a lot better than that at the net against the likes of Moritz Kindl, who will just use and abuse the space that he's being given. Rota taking his step even before that ball was set. Okay, let's watch Theo now. Let's see if he's going to try and make some adjustments here because he's being beaten on the option ball at the moment. Tries to go for the ace on Kindle. Next end switch arrives, and Austria are competing here. Amazing, isn't it? 23-year-old Moritz Fabian Kindl will feel old in this match. Still one of the relative youngsters on the tour, but he's 6 years older than Arthur Cane, which is the player he's just served. Cane comes at it and just handles that very nicely, waits for Sizer to show his block and then tickles it off the arm. Really good. Doesn't go too firm with the claw there, just keeps the fingers nice and relaxed. Good speed. Good pokey, like that, from Austria. They're trying to play just a bit hurry up here on all the things they're doing, Austria, whether it be hitting the option ball or bringing a faster set into play. They're just trying to rush Cane and Rotar. They're not letting the youngsters settle. That's a great attempt. Really good attempt from Kindl. Bring it back into play now. Rotar from the right side. You can see the breeze on the flanks, just on the back of the French pair. Makes serving a bit trickier, so it takes a bit of pace off. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, wow. Well, Rotar falling for everything at the moment that Austria are showing him. Fell for the jump set there. Beautifully done, incidentally, by Kindl. And then free net for Matthias Sizer. And players in Elite 16 tournaments don't miss free nets. It's a gift. Well, that's where he reminds me of George, with these little subtle changes in terms of what he's trying to do with the ball. Kindl tried to just whack a bit more spin on that one, but didn't quite make it over. Option again, Rotar again, nowhere near it, but good pick up from Cane. And now France get themselves a point on the back of their serve. For the first time in a while then, they stop Austria siding out straight away. Again, really shaping up for that set on the option, but this time not sucking Teo Rotar into it, and then the resulting set not dispatched by Sizer. And just like that, 3-point cushion picks up for the #1 seeds, and the French pair trot off to the technical timeout off the back of a very nice 3-point run to end that run of side outs on the point swerve. Well, you might have heard my co-commentator at the weekend, Damien Schumann, mentioning a few of the faces in the crowd with his local knowledge. Victoria Beach Club, very much part of the supporters that have been coming down to Torquay to lend the cheers to the Centre Court Stadium here. Elite 16 action all the way, so some really good teams in action this week. And it'll set up our final rankings for the year before we head to the World Tour Finals in January. To conclude what has been just a wonderful inaugural season for the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. A new showcase for the athletes. This, the Elite 16 event, the top of the tree, the cream of the crop, as it were. And that's a nice stop, and Rotar and Cane proving that they are part of that particular group of players at the top of the tree right now. And remember, winner takes all in this match. The winner goes through to the main draw. That's how tough this Elite 16 structure is, and Rotar gets himself another one. Well, he's switched on now, Teo Rotar. It's wide, just, but the signs are encouraging. And rather now than Moritz Fabian Kindl dictating terms, it's the other way round. Austria have got to find a way through. Yeah, good call. Good call from the referee. That ball just blew sideways as Rotar went to set it, so it ended up just in one hand and he just lifted it up into the air. 3-point deficit. Team set. Oh, that's brilliant. What a pick-up from Kendall. What a recovery as well from Sizer, and then it's out. Oh dear. No wonder Kendall is annoyed with himself. Had to give it a bit there, but he didn't have to give it that much because the breeze was with him. Easy, isn't it, from the commentary box? Talk about this sport. That's a man that's just made a layout dig from one side of the court to the other, followed by a screaming run to make the following touch. I think we'll let him off. Yeah, good swing, good swing. Right place in the pocket for Kane to be. But a good heavy shot from the 28-year-old Matthias Seisser. Both the Austrians made their debut back in 2018 with a couple of different partners, but have settled into this partnership pretty well. And are winning events on the national tour, so Austria with a good pool of players. Seidel and Voller, the pick of the Austrian bunch at the moment this year, but not the only ones by any means. Gustafsson and Cora have had a few good tournaments. Sizer and Kendall would like to get in amongst it, and they're getting in amongst it here, 14 all. And Rotar trotting round, trying to get some energy, I think, into the legs there, into the performance. Cane's looked solid, but it's Rotar that has blown a bit hot and cold here in this first set. Exactly as we thought, Sizer and Kendall giving them some problems, and that's a cracking ace. Good topspin deep serve towards the corner, and just let the wind do the rest. Kane thought it was long, and then suddenly realised the ball was right next to him, and he's a good metre or so inside the baseline. Another cracking serve. Rotar saves it with the stab dig, and then the pokey set. Not quite on the money, but France scramble the play, and means Kendall gets another chance to chuck it to Sizer. It's not the best from Austria. If they lose this point, they'll be kicking themselves. Third go. Kane says no. Again, good swing, lovely pick up from Sizer. Line shot, too obvious. Rotar's all over it. Oh, great block. And look who's blocked it. The relatively diminutive Moritz Kindl. Defender turn blocker. And he's done that very nicely indeed. And look at this, 16-14, and suddenly the teenagers have got something to think about, hence the timeout. Not going as planned. And they had a 3-point cushion, remember, in this opening set, Kane and Rotar. That has been well overturned by their Austrian opponents here. Look at that run on the point swerve. That will do nicely. I'm sure lots of players say it, but one player that often refers to points runs, Casey Patterson of the USA, ABP and USA international player. It's about beach volleyball being a game of runs. He's absolutely right. So in the red, Team Austria, number 8 seeds in qualification, putting on a good display here. Oh wow, and it's just got a little bit better off the back of the French timeout. 17-14. Arta Kane and Theo Rotar in a bit of bother here. Flipped wide, and the wheels have completely come off. This time catches it all wrong, but the damage has been done. And at the right end of the set as well, Austria here with a golden opportunity to take a 1-0 lead on the teenage superstars from France. Great shot, and with that point score comes the confidence to go for shots like that. Matthias Seisser with a fine kill, and the lefties giving the two French righties a real problem here. a really big problem now, because Kane and Rotar looking likely to lose this first set. 5 set points then for Sizer and Kindle. And remember, midway stage, they were 3 points down at the technical timeout. It looked like France were going to breeze it. But in the slightly strengthening breeze moving into the evening here in Torquay on centre court, Sizer and Kindle doing a fabulous job. To try and save the first set point. Rotar decides that he'll take responsibility with the option ball. They're trying to get some energy into this. But it's been a tricky opening set for them. And once Austria found some rhythm, they were in trouble. Big hit from Rotar. I think he's decided he's going to try and take matters into his own hands at the service line. And he's got the right end to be doing it. Just into the breeze here for the Teo Rotar jump serve. Into the net though, and Austria take a thoroughly deserved first set. 21 points to 17. They lead France by 1 set to love. Well, any of you that have had to face a teenage team, a junior team, in maybe an early match at one of your tournaments will understand what the demands are. They serve like demons, they play without a care in the world. It's a wonderful time to be playing your beach volleyball, no pressure on. But the other side of that coin is the fact that if you can get into the junior players, if you can cause them problems, if you can really go at them and establish leads, that's when you get to see how they respond. Because teenage players, doesn't matter how talented they are, you're going to get your ups and downs. You can get some inconsistency. And Austria certainly exploiting that in the opening set. Superb play from the team in red. Sizer and Kindle then, 8th seeds in qualification, are leading the French duo. Kane and Rotar, the teenagers from France, seeded 1 in qualification in this 1-match shootout for a place in the main draw in our second round of qualification. So an early hitting error from Kindle, followed by a ball down the line onto Kane, and Kane plants that on the sideline. And if France want to go through to the main draw, they're going to have to do it in 3 sets. One thing's for sure, they've got the minerals to do it. Good joust from Sizer, but a very nice tomahawk set to the net. And Rotar can't put it away, so Austria back on the trail. A place in the main draw at an Elite 16 event for Sizer and Kindle, not something they've achieved so far this season. They've been futures and challenge, 1 challenge event in the Maldives. Lovely free swing, brilliant pickup from Kindle. Kane has to go again. Kindle's all over it, like a rash. But Rotar stops him on the cross court. France in there and fighting, they're piecing points together. No problem for them at Elite 16 events so far this season. Caused a few problems at Paris before dropping out a little earlier than they would have liked to finish 21st, but they were brilliant at Cape Town for that 5th place. And played beautifully in the wind as well. That was one of the factors that we noticed about Kane and Rotar. And they're going to require that here in South Australia, because Melbourne and the suburbs pretty windy. Tight. Rotar uses his height to go past the block of Sizer, just about makes it. Second official right on target to call the net touch on Sizer. It would have been a point otherwise to Austria. Austria need to go round 4-3. They do. Big shot. Big shot from George Wanderley's Austrian looky-likey. I sincerely hope Moritz doesn't mind that comparison because it's meant entirely as a compliment. Flipping good play. Just checking who the next server is. That always, to me, indicates a team that is just zoned in on the game. Bothering about the trickeries of who's serving and who isn't, and somebody else can tell you that, and they're still not finding rhythm. They might have the lead here, but they've got no rhythm. Incidentally, on court 2 right now, there is a humdinger of a battle going on between Bartrain and Bialakots and Bello and Bello. The English teams who've so impressed over the last few tournaments. And the winner of that guarantees England a place on the main draw. Just in case you want to watch that later, I'm not going to give you the result at the moment or where that's going. Let's just keep our focus on this one and the fact that Austria have a genuine opportunity. If they can stay with the teenagers, if they can stay with them all the way through into the back half of this set or beyond, then they will have a chance to win this in 2, which I think is probably their best chance. Don't want to give France too much encouragement here. And that'll do nicely. That'll do more than nicely, in fact. 6-all. Too easy. Flowing, really flowing stuff. Beautiful, fast attack, set on the reverse. And Saisa just demonstrating what an athlete he is. And the left-handed combination of this Austrian duo, I do think, genuinely causing Kane and Rotar some location issues. I don't look 100% sure where they want to be playing, where they want to be starting, where they want to be going to. The tricky set in the breeze, but because he's hitting into the wind, Kane happy to give it the full treatment. From a neutral point of view, this has been nothing but entertaining. Some really good beach volleyball again. What a set. What a set under pressure. Well, I had to make a very, very late move there, Sizer, as that ball blew and dropped. Still got a decent ball into the air for Kindle to play. With the exception of a couple of roof blocks from Teo Rotar, Kindle has generally managed to negotiate his way around the 2 metre and 1 18-year-old blocker. Good dig in the pocket. Might have been a bit more accurate with that, so that results in a free ball for France, which results in Kindle getting stranded at the net, and bless his heart, he's not going to get anywhere near Teo Rotar at his full extension. And there's your power to weight ratio. Thin, light frame, 2 metres and 1 tall, he can jump, and that really is tough to play against. Again though, brilliant option. They are really using this well, Austria, and they are restricting Rotar's effectiveness at the net because they're not even letting him get to the net. This is going very well for the number 8 seeds, well, up until that point. Brilliant. Just brilliant. They're into a groove, they're into their rhythm, and the Austrian pair refusing to get bumped out of it. And the deeper this goes and the closer the score is, the tougher it's going to be for France. They're going to get tight at some point. Dig again, much more accurate this time from Kindle. and then can't get it past Cane's defence, but certainly Cane not able to play it, and the frustration starting to boil over. Arthur Cane there, the 17-year-old, angry, really angry. That was the Hulk, wasn't it, the TV series? You won't like me when I'm angry. Well, they're in green, France. You never know. There we go, you're on the big screen. Very chilled, very chilled. Not just temperature-wise, I mean just the crowd in general here in Torquay. It is a serve town. There's that kind of serve feel in the grandstands. A bit laid back. We love it. Kendall won't love that. So 11 all out of the technical timeout. But Austria missing a couple of serves, and still they're in touch. They'll know if they can tweak this by 10% from the service line, they'll be in the money here. The fake from Sizer. Rotard didn't fall for it, but he also didn't get anywhere near Kindle. And I like that. I really like that from Maurice Fabian Kindle. What a decision here. He's been blocked cross-court a few times, and then he just lets it go across his body and hammers it down the line. Service in this time on Cane. Little break from Sizer. He's got a hand on it. That is genius. That's absolutely brilliant from Matthias Sizer. And this lead now is a punishing one. Now this can work in a couple of ways. You can see how frustrated Cane is getting. He's really down on himself right now, and he's probably a bit down on Teo Rota. This is a chance for Sizer to block him. Well, that was a massive chance, and he's not taken it. Leapt out to the line, but too far out. And that was clearly shaping up for just the big cross-court hammer. And young Cane unloads with a bit of anger. That mini lead could work in a couple of ways. It could be good for Austria if they can keep forcing the issue and siding out, but it might just take a bit of pressure off France. They might just arrive at that, well, we've got nothing to lose mindset a little earlier in the piece than Austria would like. They're pressuring Cane a lot. He's the man who's showing the emotion, and he's hit it in the antenna. And that is going to be a lead that could win Austria this game. This is going to be a chance at their result of the season. Three-point cushion. Gold dust, something to protect. Cane passes it onto the net. Not sure he was completely in control of that one, but it was good enough for Rotard to hit. And now we're going to see what the French youngsters are made of. There are so many components to winning beach volleyball matches and winning tournaments at this level. One of those components is your ability to fight. If you're not playing well, can you still win? And you're supposed to win. Winning ugly. That's Alex Ferguson, the Manchester United football manager, used to say. Rotard, second ball again, so he's doing exactly what Size has been doing to him, taking the blocker out of the equation before he can get into the net. Means that France don't let that gap grow to more than 3. Austria side out for the three-point. Oh, Kong block! Oh, the one-hander from Teo Rota. And just as this game was settling into a bit of a rhythm, Rotard's taken a bit of a chance and stuck one hand up on Matthias Sizer and didn't even bother with the old stare down afterwards. And what a comeback from Kindle. Well, we see Kindle manoeuvre the ball around the block a lot with his shots, but he's decided that he's found a pretty good route cross-court and line past Rotard. He's just got to make the decisions at the right time. 2-point lead is preserved. Oh, he was in the right place. He was in the right place, was Kindle. Kane puts it away down the line, and there's just, I don't know if you're sensing this, but there's just a little momentum shift back in favour of France. It's small, but if they can pick up another point here, it's usable. Rotard mishits over the baseline. 18-16. Austria trying to hang on to this mini break for as long as they possibly can. Huge point. Really big. France have to side this out. Kane it will be against Sizer. Sizer breaks. Oh, he got him. Got a piece of it, but couldn't get all of it. And we move to our next end switch. It's an end switch in favour of Austria. You can see the flags now at the top of the grandstand just starting to blow, meaning the wind is on the French back here. Austria to side out and then go at their serves. Sizer, first of all, can't get past Rota. They go again. Kindle makes it. Really comfortable. Just saw Kane arrive in his field of vision a little bit early down the line and knew that there was a lot of sand to aim at cross court. As long as he beat Rotard, it was his. 19-17, and now he's going to drill it into the wind. Good shot. Rotard passes nicely. And that's a brilliant dig. It wasn't on the tape. Kindle couldn't put it away. Kane gets it down the line. And in terms of Elite 16 volleyball, you sometimes only get one shot at winning a game. I wonder if that was Austria's shot. France going to try and make them regret this. Big side out required. This to go to match point for Sizer. Sizer does exactly the same as Kindle did on the last play. And this is just brilliant. Matthias Sizer and Moritz Fabian Kindle in dream territory here. This for a place in the main draw against one of the sensations of this year's Beach Pro Tour. Kane to keep them in it. Sizer should have had it. He knows it, but he's drifted out to the line again. And it means one match point is saved. All the pressure now on Austria. Kane to serve. Sizer passes. This for the match. Kindle goes option. And that is their victory of the season. Stunning result. Matthias Sizer and Moritz Fabian Kindle are through to the main draw. All kicking off tomorrow. And they've done it via a quite superb result against the #1 seeded qualifiers, Arta Kane and Theo Rota. Austria beat France by 2-0. And Sizer and Kindle are in an Elite 16 main draw. Well, what a decision. What a decision from Kindle under pressure. And again, Rotard didn't make his ground. At no point was he honouring that option hit. 21-17, 21-19. Very well managed by Sizer and Kindle. And a very good result for them overall. It makes superb reading for the Austrian pair. Rotard's block was okay for the 5 stuffs he got, but he didn't deal with the option, and Kane just couldn't seem to find his angles against the left-handers. Kindle still bouncing down there, the bottom left side of your screen. Well played. Well, more drama here in Torquay, and another really interesting game, but a cracking result for the Austrians. Arta Kane and Theo Rota are out. Sizer and Kindle are through to the main draw. We're going to cross to the women's draw next up. That'll be our third and penultimate match of the day here in this block of 4. As Australia go out to see if they can find a place in the main draw against China. Johnson and Fleming will take on Zhu Lingdi and Wang. That's coming up. Stay with us. Welcome to Torquay in South Australia as we continue our Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour coverage from the Elite 16 event here, the last regular season event before the Tour finals in January. And next up on court, a very interesting encounter indeed, as Zhu Lingdi and Wang of China take on the team that beat them in pool play in the challenge event last week by 2-0. Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, the impressive young Australian duo. Well, weather conditions are just getting a little chillier as we go into the evening, and that wind speed still relatively low, but when it swirls on centre court there is some influence on the ball. It'll be fascinating to see what kind of homework the Chinese team have managed to do after losing out to Johnson and Fleming last time around. Both teams having to come through a first round qualifier match. Straightforward for Lingdi and Wang, beating Fez and Ingram of Australia 21-11, 21-11. And a solid victory for Johnson and Fleming, beating Murakami and Sakuraki of Japan by 2-0. So both teams clearly in decent shape today. Home crowd here in Torquay, once again looking for an Aussie win. Managed to cheer on Chris McHugh and Paul Burnett to the bronze medal over the weekend. And they've had a chance here in the Elite 16 event, I'm sure in the women's side of the draw as well, to have teams in the latter stages. That's the Australian team. The Olympic medals, Hussey and Maria Fay, going in the main draw. This match though is to get into the main draw to join them. It's basically a one-game shootout to decide who goes through for the start of the tournament tomorrow. And because this is an Elite 16 event, the qualifying rounds are just packed with quality. That's why these games to make the main draw are so tough. So time to meet our two officials for the next game. There we go, Suzanne Lowry is our first official from the USA, always smiling. So Tim Cleaver is our second official from New Zealand, getting the big build-up as usual from our MC. So referees in place, time for the MC now to introduce our fans and to the players about to indulge in things on centre court. Zhu Lingdi, 29 years of age now. With a very experienced athlete. Wang, 28 years of age, finished 9th at the Olympic Games in Rio with former partner Yue. Tricky team to play against, but clearly Johnson and Fleming did not find that the case when they played them in pool play in the challenge event last week and beat them by 2-0. 24-year-old Georgia Johnson, one of the highest jumping athletes that you'll see out there, and certainly one of the hardest hitting. Very impressive in her performance last week.
She says, as a blocker, you shall not pass. And Brisbane, the 19-year-old superstar sensation that is Jasmine Fleming.
One of Queensland's finest, just 19 years of age, Jasmine Fleming. She gives it a fearful smack as well when it comes to spiking the ball, but a very good blocker, very mobile. And this Aussie team, very powerful. And that's what Lingdi, Zhu and Fan Wan struggled with last week. We'll see if they've changed any of their game plan coming into this match today. It's the shootout for a place in the main draw. In the red tops, Zhu Lingdi and Fan Wang of China. Seeded 3 in qualification, getting off to the perfect start against the team that beat them in the challenge event last week. Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming in just their second event together as a pairing. Not a bad one though to kick off with last week. Their first event and finished 5th. Equalled the same finish as the opponents today, who I'm sure will have done their homework. They will know exactly what they need to do in this game, and that's a fine start. 1 away solidly. 2 points on the board then in this race to 21 in the opening set. End switches on multiples of 7 with that breeze just swirling but getting gentler as the day has gone on. And first point for Australia. Jasmine Fleming jousts it through the block. Johnson then to serve, finished 37th at the World Championships with Alicia Stevens, so a nice outing for experience in Rome. There's a little part here on home sand. Also played 4 futures events and a couple of 4th place finishes during that time, so she's had a bit of international experience during the course of the season. Jasmine Fleming has also played quite a bit, 7 futures events. 5th place finishes for her, but together look like a very good partnership if the early evidence has anything to go by. So back to the line, experience Fan Wang. Yeah, good work from the 28-year-old blocker. Steaming into the net. Quite a strange sort of side-on service action as she comes around. There's another player does this actually. Katie Wootney of Canada has a similar serve, except doesn't take a foot off the ground, but still comes right round the corner as she hits it. Put all sorts of different spins and directions on the ball. Blocking revenge is sweet for Jasmine Fleming. So, first end switch arrives, the Aussies still in touch, but it's China that lead 4-3. So going to take just a little bit of time here to settle both teams. Certainly Australia will be wondering how China will be trying to adapt to what happened last week. Good hit, nice overhand defence, just a little bit heavy from Johnson to go back into play, but she's got another dig out of the pocket. And now it's the turn of Zhu to make the overhand play, and then Johnson swirls it out of court. Well, under normal circumstances, that one would have been bounced off the sand and into the stands, but I think the wind just hung it up above the net. And very cleverly, Wang took her hands away in the block. So, Zhu with the serve. Wang waits at the net. Jasmine Fleming breezes it past the block and out, no touch. And China have themselves a lead they can work with. The 3-point cushion, gold dust, especially in these Elite 16 tournaments. Very good start from the 2 experienced Chinese players, and they're putting a lot of pressure on from the service line. And a few untimely errors from Australia. Cough up a pretty big lead, but a sensible timeout called by Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming. Get China to cool their jets. See what I did there? I haven't heard this song for a while. Very good album, this song. Yeah. So back on the court, the team in green chasing this first set. Number 6 seeds, Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, who, after that 5th place finish in Torquay, managed to climb to 143 in the world rankings. Just under 100 places higher. Ding and Fang Wang, the experienced Chinese duo who just seem to have got themselves a nice game plan. It's a game plan that involves them serving tough, so there's a fair amount of skill and risk involved, but they're doing it well. And they're clearing up a lot of plays here. Nice chase. Oh, nearly. Very nearly from Ju. But nearly is not quite. So, point goes to Australia. Johnson at the line. She's had a hitting error. Fleming's had a hitting error, and they've both been struggling on the pass on these Chinese serves. And that's the way to get your own back. Really good serve, causing Wang a few problems there. 10 World Tour podiums for Wang down the years. Different players. Made her debut back in 2010, so she's been around a while, the woman in the white visor. That'll do. Just about from Ju, gets it through the block. This has turned into a bit of a tactical battle here, and I think with such a big prize at the end of the game, a place in the main draw, both teams look a bit tight to me. Flowing. Serve, reasonable pass from Fleming. Nice set though from Johnson, easy defence, and Ju taking a risk on the over on 1, didn't work. And there we go. That's what we were seeing last week from Georgia Johnson. Some serious heat. Super spike from her. Again, nice pickup, but too easy. Rolled on to Ju. And Ju's line over is really well fielded. Oh, this is brilliant from Australia. And finally, just goes too far for Johnson to make the play. And the celebrations from China gradually getting louder. 4-point cushion is a good one. With experienced players. Just know how to manage the situation, manage the game, manage the flow of points. Jasmine Fleming determined not to be left out of the super spike parade. Oh, free net. And still couldn't quite apply the hammer, but it was good enough. Johnson with the put away, takes her back to the service line, 2 points in it. This is when Ju and Wang know that that whole management scenario has to come into play now. They need the side out. They've changed up the serving, Australia. That's a little unlucky. The deflection off the block, taking it away from the scrambling defence of Johnson. And indeed Ju. And her team a valuable side out. Another point goes on the board, 3-point lead returns, and back to the tricky serve of Wang. Oh. Well, she thought about it, and then decided, okay, I'm going to set this. And the referee was waiting. It was a great try. A touch on the net. And Johnson brings up another point and a clear 4-point lead now. Can China nick another one to get into the technical timeout at 13-8? They can, and they can do it via a block from Fun Wang. What a stop. And the technical timeout arrives with a massive lead to China, and talk about a comeback here. Monster block from Wang, but they've really gone to town. They've done their homework when they worked out that this would be the match they would be playing, potentially in the draw. I'm pretty sure Chinese players and their large number of staff would have gone to town working out the game plan. So far, so good. A lot of familiar faces there from last week's challenge crowd, as Torquay becomes the epicentre of world beach volleyball for these 2 weeks. And guys, the players, I can promise you, appreciate the support. The Australian players, though, need to respond to that here. Long way down in this first set. Great touch, good overhand dig. And a very nice swing. And there's the experience of Fan Wang coming to the fore. Slid her hand around the back of the ball, dropped it in front of Fleming, and Fleming having to get up off the sand and then try and generate some pace and power. These are subtle changes, but they're working for China. And the service pressure that they've brought to bear on this match is huge. Lovely hit. Well, long look from Fan Wang at Jasmine Fleming after that. As if to say, I nearly had you there, but it's hit hard. Fleming then with the serve, comes to the net, still sticking on Ju. Ju's still finding some really nice angles here. 29-year-old who debuted back in 2016 on the World Tour, has had 2 podiums with various players. Best result for this duo, though, during the course of the season, a win in the Ljubljana Futures in Slovenia. And then that 5th, the Torquay Challenge event here in southern Australia last week. The best of the bunch. It's funny, isn't it? This is a sort of a weird first set, really, because this is done. This is over and done with. Unless Johnson and Fleming turn it on, then China will be leading 1-0, and it's the Aussie pair that have got to find a way into this match. That's why these next few points are important for the Australians. They've got to find that magic word we mentioned a lot over the course of the weekend. Momentum. To get that, they need to find some rhythm first. Well, this might help. It's just out. Just out. So an extend change arrives. If you'd offered China this lead at the start of the match, they would certainly have taken it. This is far better than they would have expected. And I'll be absolutely honest, I thought after the way the Aussies played against them in Pool D of the challenge event where they got that win, I really thought that the game plan from China would level things up and we'd be going to 3, full stop. We still might do that, but at the moment, it looks like China are finding a rich vein of form and some pretty easy points with some tough serving. Again, really tough on Fleming. Good pass from her, though, and then trusts herself with the hit. Oh, and that's as super spike as you can get. Wonderful shot from the teenager. She has battered that. Only worth 1 point, though. Doesn't matter how hard you hit it. That'll do, though. That'll do. And there's the rhythm I was talking about. The swinging momentum probably won't be any good for this set for the Aussies, but it'll certainly be something they can carry forward, and that might build some confidence. Spoke too soon. Version of That's the Way I Like It, but that's one of the songs made famous by the Klagenfurt tournament over the years. Remember those events and many other events that have since done the same thing, seeing segments of the crowd sing different parts of that song. Just brilliant. As China have been in this first set, they've not let Australia play at all. 8 set points. And there we go, done and dusted. 21-12, that's about as good as it gets under this particular scoring system. And the number 3 seeds will be delighted. Juling Di and Fan Wang have beaten Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming in set number 1. Confirmation of that score, that is a good lead. It's a good performance from China. It's the Aussie pair that have all the pressure and have everything to do in the second set. Good service pressure, really good service pressure from China. And when they weren't acing Australia, they were causing them real issues on serve reception. There's that gusting wind, keeping the Chinese flag up and dropping it from time to time. And that's tricky as well for the players. You know, if it's going to be a strong wind, I think the players like it to be strong and consistent. When you're running in to make a set and you're not quite sure whether the ball's going to hang or blow, really tricky. Tough route back here for the Australian pair in the green, Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming. Johnson with the serve, but that'll do for starters. Using that pick up in the breeze over the last couple of minutes to make the left-hand side of court the good end. And that's a nice serve from Johnson for the ace against a team of Ling Ji-Zhu and Fan Wang, who lead them by 1-0 in this one-game shootout for a place in the main draw. Now, Australia have to work here. They've got to work really hard on passing this Chinese serve, which has been a massive problem for them in this set, in this match. Juling Di, the defender, will serve, come into play. Nice pass from Fleming. And manoeuvres herself well. She's starting to find some hitting rhythm here. It's almost two-phase. She needs to get into some rhythm and start siding out regularly. China then will turn their attentions to Johnson. Johnson needs to do the same, and then Australia will feel that they're in the match. But it's a process that takes a bit of time, takes a few points to move through. Good try. Right place to be for Johnson. Got the ball nicely into the air, but just watch this blow off the arms, and instead of going forwards, goes backwards. Fleming just couldn't get there. Looks almost like she's going to hit a sky ball, doesn't it, Wang? And then she just slides round, turns through 180 and hits the serve. And that's good from Fleming. So Australia doing all the right things here, making their side outs, making some touches, trying to make things tricky for China. Serves due. Well done. Very good block from Jasmine Fleming. That's got the crowd interested. Well, as I said at the top of the game, I had this down as a 3-setter on paper. That doesn't make me a genius, by the way. That's just the fact that Australia were very good in game 1 and China are going to do nothing but do their homework and make sure they've got a game plan for game 2. So the onus is on Australia to sort out how they're going to counteract that. Big hit from there. I think Jasmine Fleming there just questioning one of the plays, one of the ways that China played that ball with Suzanne Lowry, our US first official. The referee's decision is final in these events. The actual spike was given in for a big, powerful hit from Wang. And what she and Ju know, as experienced beach volleyball players, is that they need to see off this little resurgence from Australia in set 2. And once they've done that, they can focus on winning the game. But as long as Australia keep the side-outs ticking over, they keep giving themselves a chance. And that net is starting to bow out just a little bit. So the breeze touch stronger on the back of the Aussies here, which makes it difficult to serve and keep the ball in. Good pass from Ju. Another nice side out, and Johnson will be frustrated because she was on that. Nice touch. Just didn't work out. Now, serving into the breeze. The Fan Wang serve has been the trickiest to deal with. Free ball. Oh, brilliantly hit, but just long. Good leave. You could tell Fan Wang was interested in playing that. I didn't hear Ju put a call up. So I had to make that decision all on her own and made the right decision. And maybe she did get a little shout there. 5-all. China recover their composure, recover the situation, and ace Jasmine Fleming for good measure. 6-5. Worrying times for Australia here. Better pass. Fleming into the block. Gets another go. And this time trusts herself to go a little bit further cross court and take on the defender Ju, and does so successfully. Good hit. Well, I hope this is a team that stays together. I hope this is a partnership that the Aussie Federation are looking at working with, because I think they look very impressive. At the moment, Chinese team that are doing the right things, and it doesn't matter how hard this Aussie pair try. The Chinese duo, the experienced players, are just doing their job here, doing it very tidily indeed. 7-6. They would dearly love 8-6 at the change, and that's exactly what they're going to get. It's another ace serve. This time it comes from the serve of Ling Diju. Well, it's what China had to do. They had to see off any kind of comeback feel from the Australians early. They've done that. Now they can focus on preserving this lead and managing the situation, which, as they showed in set 1, they're very good at doing. Again, it's a good little pop, float serve deep. Fleming whacks it just past the block, but well closed up on the seam there by Ju. And well chased on the line. What a touch. Great one-handed stab dig. And nice work off the net from Johnson. And Australia win a really good point. China will be kicking themselves there. That could have been a 3-point gap. But instead it's a 2-point gap, and they've used up a fair bit of energy here. And if Australia can get straight on this from the service line, which they do, China might just be feeling the after effects. That was a serve that had to go in. It really was. 19-year-old Fleming sticking that out over the baseline. Check on the blocking signal there from Wang before she refocuses on the serve. She's never rushed in her serving, and it pays dividends again off the arms of Fleming. Shanks it away. Side on Side on, that serve just looks like it's travelling straight over the net. End on, I promise you, that ball moved about a metre and a half. Really good technician. Here's one. Moved too far this time and hit the antenna, well spotted by the lines judge. Yeah, great block. What a block from Jasmine Fleming. And the monster block music plays right on cue. And once again, a situation that really should have been a 3-point lead for China is just a single-point lead. Brilliant from the Australians. Chu takes it up a bit higher. Touches the net, gives Johnson a defensive chance, but what about that back set from Jasmine Fleming? On the money. And Zhu and Wang not able to control the situation. 10 apiece. Next point takes us into the technical timeout. And even if Australia are 11-10 down, they'll be fine with this. They know they're back in the match. Good dig. This for the lead. Oh, wow. Zhu's ability to chase balls down at the moment is something else. Just couldn't quite keep it in play, and Australia have their noses in front again in set 2. This has been a remarkable tactical battle. Just as it looked like China had built the lead that was probably going to be enough, considering the serving weight they've been bringing to the party, Australia come back with that 4-point run. And as we know, it's a game of runs. Now, one thing that might just help Australia here is I know it's potentially temporary, but just saw the flags behind our fans there who've just realised they're on the centre court screen, the big screen. I love it. I love it. We're trying to work out what on earth is happening. Now, what works in China's favour here is the breezes, Australia's favour is the breezes died a bit again. So China might not have the same advantage in serve. Just out, just out. There we go, 12-10. Well, we're not quite on our way to a third set, not just yet. But that's certainly a very positive step towards it for Johnson and Fleming. Calm pokey from Ling Diju. So you just saw that conversation between the two Chinese players. That conversation was about getting back to plan A. Big serve and tidy the rest up. Dipper onto Fleming, well dealt with. Well hit. That's a beautiful shot. Well, Fleming's been getting all the service traffic, but that of course means she's getting a bit of passing and hitting practice, and she's just getting better and better. This is when China now have to think about the next part of the equation. Do they change to Johnson for a little while? Bang on the line. That is as accurate as it gets. Up to the net, 8.5 metres to play with. Using 8 metres, 49 centimetres up. Give or take. Good leave. Good leave. So now China are fishing for these stronger serves. And all of this from the end that was causing problems for both teams. So every point Australia take from this side is all good. 14-12. Johnson with the serve. Not the best pass from Zhu. Makes the side out look pretty easy. Wasn't the most convincing line shot, and just wonder if Johnson feeling there she might have gone for that. Short pass, good save, good save. Australia get themselves out of jail there. And now move to the end switch and hope, they'll be hoping the wind picks up. Just to give them a bit of breeze to work with on this serve. The closer we get to 21 with this 2-point lead intact, the more likely it is we'll be going to a tiebreaker. There we go, jump serve into the breeze. It's a good serve, due under pressure. Pokey's on the rainbow, Johnson's all over it. And there's a cracking lead for Australia now. 3-point cushion. What a comeback from the Aussies. Well, you know what this Torquay crowd want. They want a victory here for the Aussie pair. A place in the main draw. There's a real chance now. Well, when China do get the ball back, I'm not sure if they're going to stay with serving Fleming. They're siding out pretty well at the moment. Greatest serve tracks of all time. Appropriate on Victoria's serve code. Torquay Mexican wave to accompany it. Back we go to the action. Another point chance for Australia. Has to come because it touched the block and it's just out of play. Australia not home and dry yet in this second set. We are not guaranteed a tiebreaker because the Chinese serve could still be dangerous, and we might still get one more end switch if the points are even. China will be looking to score as many as they can here from the right side. Interesting decision there. Really interesting decision for the blocker, Fun Wang, to stay in at the net when she probably could have broken. But she stayed, and it just seemed to cause a bit of pressure for Fleming. Rolled that out of play, 1 point in it now. All the points from this right side for China invaluable. Stick on Fleming. This time the break, off the net and well defended by Ju. This to go level. And it's just out. It's just out and it's accepted by the Australian pair. And it's a timeout called by Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, and that momentum swing happened rather subtly there and rather quickly. Then Australia call their timeout when the scores are level and the 3-point cushion is gone. It's fantastic to be back in Australia. We had a futures event in Coolangatta at the start of the year. That's the 3rd tier Beach Pro Tour tournaments. And then rather appropriately, Challenge event followed by Elite 16 events. So one of the only countries to host the full gamut of our events. I just love watching crowds. They are priceless, they really are. We've seen some fantastic sights here in Torquay. Over the last week of beach volleyball, we've got more wonderful sights during the course of this final Elite 16 event of the season. An Australian duo, Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, will be hoping that they can contribute to that by making it through to the main draw. But to do that, they've got to win in 3 sets against this very experienced Chinese duo, Ju and Wang, who've engineered a nice comeback and given themselves a shot, because they will go to the left side of court shortly. Oh, they might go there in with a deficit. Another good defensive play by Dew, a little bit strong. Oh, good joust at the net, well saved by Fleming, and that is just sensational. Georgia Johnson had a little bit of a thought about setting that, then a thought about volleying it over, and in the end opts for the perfect ball. A little option roll. Terrific skill, and a terrific lead as well now. Should be 18-16. That closed again. It was 18-16 to Australia. It might catch up in a moment. Whatever it is, China have got 17 points now. There we go. End switch comes. But I think this is all in favour now of China. It's going to be Australia who have to fight really hard now to get this result. China serving from this end into the breeze has been really tricky. Australian players have to be absolutely on it with their receive. That's good from Fleming. And that'll do nicely. Australia take it out to 19-17. Take my word for that, unless I'm wrong, of course. 19-17 Aussies, 2 away from taking this to a tiebreaker. And that'll do nicely, and there we go, set points arrive. And Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, remember, who have beaten this Chinese pair before, now put themselves in a wonderful position. Set points then. 3 of them. Fleming serves Dew. Decent pass. Australia have done brilliantly well from this tricky end. Trying to try and stay in the point. Oh, wow. And a gutsy fight back from the Australian pair. Brings them the second set. We're 1-1, and it's going to be a tiebreaker required to sort it out between these two teams. So the two captains go to the toss. It's an alternate choice with the first toss of the match, but for the third set, chance to re-choose, and yet again that Theo Brunner, USA international player's theory about beating a team to 12 or less and then not being able to do it in the second set holds true. Dew and Wang winning the opening set easily. Johnson and Fleming really scrapping hard in the second, getting it over the line. 21-16, just when it looked like China were coming back into it. Very good work from the Aussie pair, very good work from the Chinese pair. But we're not done yet.
Here we go. Torquay. Let's get line Aussies. It is their deciding set.
The race to 15 points, the tiebreaker to sort it out between number 3 seeds in the red, Ling Dizhu and Fan Wang, and the number 6 seeds who beat them last week in the challenge event, Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming of Australia. And it's the perfect start for the Aussie duo, who look like a different team now. They look so much more confident, and that will put pressure on the Chinese serve. It's not as easy to serve when you don't have momentum and rhythm on your side. Pokey long from Dew. Too much on it with the wind on her back. It's not a strong breeze, but there's some swirling breeze still rolling around the centre court here. It's the perfect start for the Aussies. They go to Dew again. Dew works the angle, well held by Johnson in the pocket. That's a brilliant hit. Oh, it's wide. Oh, side on, it looked good. But the lines judge and referee agree this is out. And that's a big let-off for the Chinese pair. And they will know it. They need to make full use of this with some good serving from the right side. Aussies chose to start on the side of court they're on. They'll be there for 5 points. Good angle, but it couldn't go anywhere else, so Ju in the right place at the right time, as they say. Hit the block, has to come. Oh, cheeky. Really cheeky. Showed about 3 different shots there before finally deciding on a bump set over. And took a bit of time to sort that decision out. I think maybe the second official had given something there, yeah. Maybe given a net touch, but the arms were nowhere near. 2-all. Just out, and the Chinese team celebrate loudly again. Haven't heard much of that for a while. They were under the cosh in the second set from the Aussie pair, and then under the cosh for the first 3 points, but they escaped with the 3rd point, and now haven't looked back since then. 3-2, and switches on multiples of 5 in this race to 15. Didn't make any headway last time they were on the left side of court, Chinese pair. Chance to make headway here. Good dig in the angle. Oh, and a brilliant comeback block. Well, if you don't put the ball away first time of asking, just get up to the net and block it on the way back. They all count. Lovely, lovely reach, one-handed reach block. Good timing from Fleming. And what could have been 4-2 China is 3-all. Tight pass. Very good set on the bump set. Good enough certainly for Ju to be able to see the line there. 4-3. China nudge ahead again.
4-3.
Flowing swing from Johnson. I've quite seen the ferocity of hitting from Johnson in this match that we have in previous games, but a lot of that has had to do with the fact that Ju and Wang have largely iced her in this match. They've served just about everything on Jasmine Fleming, who's had her own bit of firepower to bring to the party. Just long. Just long. Great lead. Chinese pair taking a gamble on that decision, but it's a gamble that's paid off for 5-4. Pressure moments now. Aussies don't want to let China get too far away here. That's the way to counteract it. Touch off the block is called sportingly by Fan Wang. Important to make that point. It was just a little look there from Suzanne Lowry, our first official, towards Fan Wang. She wanted to give the touch, and the Chinese blocker acknowledging the fact that she did touch it. That's nice to see. And a lot easier to do at 5-4 in the 3rd set than 14-all. Oh, and no reward whatsoever from the volleyball gods for the sporting gesture. Instead, the ace. One of the super spikes from Johnson a little earlier. Fleming to serve. No ace this time. Ju gets control. Just rolled it to a really tricky deep spot down the line. It's a horrible feeling as a defender. Off you go. Oh, you're after it, you're on it, this is mine, and just keeps getting further and further away. Now, next test for Australia, the Wang serve. Well left. Johnson making absolutely sure that there wasn't a single part of her body that was going to be anywhere near that ball. Ju remains the target. Yeah, well worked. Ju plays off the arms of Jasmine Fleming. That's the problem when you're blocking. If you go too early, you become a target rather than an obstacle necessarily. Especially if the player is not on the net tape. Very well done. Australia passing all the tests at the moment, and this is now getting a bit shaky for the number 3 seeds from China. We've seen their world ranking climb from 60 to 49 in the last couple of weeks, with those 2 9th place finishes at the Dubai 1 and 2 Challenge, and then a very good 5th here in Torquay last week. Not forgetting the 9th in the Maldives as well, that kind of got things rolling at the start of their new partnership. So end switch, Australia 8-7, should be 9-7. And it is courtesy of the Georgia Johnson defensive play and transition roll shot. And she's fired up now. Georgia Johnson is kicking into gear here, and China have gone very quiet. They know the writing's on the wall unless they can change things. They need the side out, they need some big serves. Good swing, great one-arm dig. Oh, not completed. Oh dear. Just a wonderful piece of defence from Georgia Johnson, and then decelerated on that cross-court little cut shot, little baby cut. Such is beach volleyball. China fight on. And now you know what's going to happen, don't you? Wong's going to ace them. No. Well contained. Oh no. Into the net from Fleming. It's as good as an ace for China. 9-all. 2-point cushion Australia had. It's gone. China will feel so much better about the situation because they've definitely gone a little quiet out there on centre court. And a really excellent service change from Fleming to Johnson, and it produces 2 quick points, and China thinking really clearly here under pressure. 10-9, Aussie timeout. They've served Fleming exclusively in this match of China, and then just at a crucial time they speculate. A couple of serves over onto Johnson, good serves as well. Johnson not quite up to the task, although it was Jasmine Fleming that hit the ball into the net on the first option opportunity. And all coming off the back of what could have been a 3-point lead after Johnson's amazing defensive pickup. But then, sorry to remind them, went into the net. On come our rakers on the centre line, so all the way across the centre line to smooth the sand there. And then usually they'd run the rake round the outside of the lines, but no time for that. We're back into this tiebreaker battle. 15 points is mighty close for both teams now. And that is a frustrating turnaround for the USA. Should have been 3 points up, find themselves 1 down. Wong to serve again. They stick on Johnson. Johnson can't get it past the block, and there's the 2-point lead for China. And what a change of tactics from them. It's worked an absolute treat. Fleming was getting all the traffic, and then they just flip it to Georgia Johnson and pick up a great run of points for 11-9. Round they go to the right side. Breeze is negligible now. I don't think there's any influence from one end to the other at the moment. Great serve. Good pick up from Johnson, long way off the tape. Can't get it past Ju. But Ju can get it past Johnson. Well, China really picking this up now and getting loud because they know this is the crucial part of the match. This is the critical time for both teams. And the crowd know it as well, this knowledgeable Torquay crowd, understanding that it's now or never for Johnson and Fleming. They really can't afford to concede another point. Johnson gets the serve again. Fleming boldly goes on the option. Remember, she'd missed an option a little earlier to start this run of service points for China. And that's a brave hit from the 19-year-old. Not only that, it's a damn good hit. China now have to go to work. Johnson deep on Ju, it's the ace serve. And because of the breeze earlier in the match, Ju thought that had a chance of dropping onto the line, and so did Wang. It would have been tight. Probably had to play that. 1 point in it. Johnson to go again. Same deep serve, but Ju adjusts her position. Can't get it past the block, and we're level. What a comeback from the Aussies. What a to and fro feel to this tiebreaker. 12 all in this race to 15. For a place in the main draw, remember, lose and you're out. Good pass from Ju. Good block again from Fleming. It's another go from China. They've got to side this ball and they go into the net. Fan Wang off balance and fading. Straight into the net, and Australia now have the lead. Timeout called by China. Pressure is on for the 29-year-old Ling Diju and the 28-year-old Fan Wang, and all their years of experience on this tour under pressure now. And look at the point swarm. Anything you can do, we can do nearly as well from an Australian point of view. One more point and they are in dream territory. Well, China will be hoping that the timeout will bring them the side out. Then we're 13 all and we are back into a straight shootout for 2 clear points and a place in the main draw. It's going to come down to that. And that breeze is picking up again. Picking up very handily, I would say, for Australia here, or not for Australia, for China, because China now go to what looks like it could be a slightly improving end. Nothing else for it then. Australia have to put this serve into play with pressure. China have to side it out. It's a good serve, it's tight. Johnson's on it. This for match point. Oh, she's got it. Really strong joust from Georgia Johnson. Knew exactly what she wanted to do with that tight set and worked it off the hands of Wang. And this remarkable match drawing towards its conclusion. 2 match points for Australia. Due to attack to keep her team in the game. And she attacks brilliantly. Rainbow pokey. Brave shot to the line corner. Now with the breeze blowing and China's serve causing all sorts of problems for Australia in this match, this game is not over. 1 big side out required for the number 6 seeds. An ace required for China to go level. Well, it was a game that felt that it was always going the distance, but my goodness me, it is really going the distance. 14 all, 2 clear points required. And China at the end of court where they can do some more damage with this service. Australia have got to be at their very best here. 2 match points gone. Can they create another? They can, through the power of Jasmine Fleming. 3rd match point to the Aussies. Not their best rotation because Fleming has to serve and sprint to the net. That gives China the option ball if they get control of the serve. Not required. 3rd match point goes begging. Change of ends now. From Australia's point of view, that is not a bad change of ends. They haven't quite survived on the right side, but the game's not done yet. And now they go down to the end where they want to cause problems with the serve, but they've got to side out first. It's Fan Wang. We'll go with this slightly stylised serve as she turns through 180 to hit it. Goes back to Johnson. Johnson goes line hard off the block, and she was mighty close to getting a piece of that, Fan Wang. 4th match point arrives for Australia, and it's their first serve into the breeze. big moment. Big moment for this young Australian team. This for a place in the main draw. Shaky pass from Ju. It's a free ball. Johnson for the match. She's done it. She's done it. Remarkable game and a remarkable win from this young Aussie pair. In only their second tournament together, they find themselves in an Elite 16 main draw, beating the world number 49 team of Ling Diju and Fan Wang by 2-1. Well, that was a wonderful result, and with friends and family all here watching in Torquay, it's a beautiful moment for Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, and it's a second victory over the Chinese pairing. A lot tougher this time around, and China were really unlucky. They had their chances in this match. They demolished Australia in the first set, but Australia just would not go away. Johnson backing her height and her power to put that ball away. Look at that, 12-21, they downed the Aussies in the first set, but then Johnson and Fleming bouncing back. Remarkable win. 21-16. In that second set, that was the battle, and then really fought hard. Really fought hard. And there we go. Place in the main draw for Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming, and a tough break for Ju and Wang. They are going home, but the Aussies fight on. And talking of Aussies fighting on, that's what we've got next for you on centre court, as Kendall and Bettany on home sand take on Yuan and Dong, the silver medalists from last week's challenge event. So big test for the Aussie pair. Up next, China versus Australia on centre court. Stay with us for the conclusion of our action from qualifying here in Torquay. It's destination Australia this week on the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. To be precise, Torquay in southern Australia, just south of the sporting mecca of Melbourne, and just north of the world-famous surfing Burls Beach. Next up then, Australia take on China in our final qualification action of the day here on centre court. It's main draw all the way from tomorrow onwards, and these two teams battling it out to be in that main draw. And basically, if you win, you're through. If you lose, you're going home. Well, as we go into the night, or the late evening anyway, here in Torquay, 14 degrees. That wind speed is still causing the odd ball flight issue, but with the skills that these players possess, always make it look easy out there. Even when it's breezy, they make it look easy. Simon Golding with you for the last of our action on what has been a fascinating day of qualification volleyball. We've had a few upsets on the way. Kane and Rota knocked out of the men's draw. And a good win for Johnson and Fleming over Ju and Wang last up. So the Aussies have a pair into the main draw. Can they qualify Brittany Kendall and Caitlin Bettany now? The number 10 seeds in qualification, who finished 9th last week in the challenge event, played really well. They go up against a team that basically arrived here in Torquay last week. A brand new partnership of Luen Yuan and Ji Dong. 3 futures events with a couple of wins in Portugal and Daegu suggested that they might be quality. Then not particularly good in the Maldives, 19th, then 19th at the Dubai 1 Challenge, then that improvement to 9th at the Dubai 2 Challenge event in the UAE just suggested they were starting to find their feet. And then an unbelievable silver medal here in Torquay, downed in the final, as everybody was. The new American partnership of Cheng and Hughes. Second place in the challenge event means they're seeded 2 in qualification. They've seen their world ranking climb all the way to 42, and then that was from 51 last week before those points they gained from Torquay. So definitely the favourites coming into this match, the Chinese pair, but the Aussies will have been inspired by that last performance by Johnson and Fleming to put themselves a place in the main draw, overcoming Chinese opposition. Time to meet the referees then. Giuseppe Curto, his customary cool greeting for the fans. And another very popular referee and very well-known face to us. Haralampos Papadouglas is our second official. So Luen Yuan heads out to the centre court sand. She's been blocking really well over the last tournament or so. And playing behind her is Ji Dong. And defensively, Dong has been just superb. Brittany Kendall has been around on the World Tour playing international beach volleyball since 2017 with the likes of Maria Fay, Nicole Pilaire, Stephanie Whaler and Phoebe Bell. She's had a good run with some decent partners. Alongside Caitlin Bettany has been playing some excellent beach volleyball. 24 years of age, Caitlin Bettany, the defender in this partnership. Played her NCAA beach volleyball over in the States with San Jose University. Finished 6th at the FISU Championships this summer with the woman that's just made her way through to the main draw, Jasmine Fleming. We're good to go. white tops. It is the Australian duo, seeded 10 in qualification, Brittany Kendall and Caitlin Bettany, who go up against last week's silver medalists from China, number 2 seeds in the qualifier, Luen Yuan and Ji Dong, doing it all again here in Australia, just to prove that last week was not a flash in the pan. Brilliant victory over their compatriots from China, Lin and Jia, in the semi-final last week. Just underlined how good this team could be. They also beat Havelkova and Slukova of the Czech Republic in the quarter-finals, and down the Aussies Laird and Stevens 2-0 in the round of 16. Against an Aussie duo that certainly punched above their weight last week to claim 9th position. Very good block and a good powerful hits as well. Good movement that by Brittany Kendall, so encouraging stuff even though she got stopped. Very encouraging for both the Aussies here. But they're going to have to work their socks off in this game. This is going to be a really tough one to get a victory from. That'll do for starters though. Deep line over. Played very nicely by Bettany. And it is Caitlin Bettany at the line. Good serve on Dong. And Dong is blocked, so Kendall returns the favour. Had a couple of moves there, was thinking about a break. Decided to stay in, and she'll be grateful that she did. Good stop for 3-2. Just the best control at the moment from the Chinese pair. Lovely shot. Good ball control from the Aussies. Nice call as well. Caitlin Bettany just letting her partner, Brittany Kendall, know exactly where the space was. Serve on Dong. A little bit too far. It was a decent attempt to set that ball towards the tape by Yuan, but it just held up in the breeze a bit and she couldn't finish it. It's time to go to Yuan. Well, maybe just a serving error there, because they seem to have Ji Dong under a lot of pressure, and they release that pressure valve by going to the left-hander, Luen Yuan. Leave. Referees consulting with the line's judge, and Giuseppe Curto, our Italian first official, gives the ball out. Caitlin Bettany to serve. And that's not great from Yuan. Well, this is a brilliant start from Australia. They've certainly been inspired by what they've just seen on court from Johnson and Fleming. Down in Ju and Wong in 3 fabulous sets. But it's tricky to play 2 really good tournaments in a row, and especially when there's only a day between those tournaments. So Yuan and Dong involved right to the last match of the last day, going down in the final to Cheng and Hughes in 2 straight last week, but that was on Sunday. Day off on Monday to enjoy the result, and then back to work. And as fit as these athletes are, that's a tough demand. Kendall and Bettany looking to make the most of that. They went out of the tournament on the Saturday, so they've had a bit more time to recover.
3.286 on the end change. Playing some really solid big volleyball to kick off this first set.
Good swing. Very nice set on that reverse ball from Caitlin Bettany as Kendall called for it. She shot it out wide to the antenna, and Kendall made the most of the space that opened up cross court. Contact wrong on this occasion. But pressure's still on China here, just waiting for them to settle into their game rhythm. We know that's good enough to go all the way to the final, so this will be a real test for Bettany and Kendall as this game steadies up. First block for Yuan. Well, wasn't the point, but it was good enough to plant some seeds of doubt in the Aussie brain. Nice comeback hit though from Bettany. They're skipping about all over the place, the Aussie duo. They are up for this. Very nice, and a split block employed, and employed with great success. Kendall really concentrating on her serve, leaving Bettany up at the net, and Bettany's done a good job there. Oh, trickles over but out. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. China not going too far away here. They're not getting a lot of service pressure on at the moment. Straight up error from the Aussie pair. They've hit so well at the start of this match, the Aussie pair. I just think they need to keep going. Yuan's only managed to get hands on one of those shots. No, again, dipping away from the power, and China have come back very nicely here. Technical timeout arrives. The scoreline reads far more comfortably for the Chinese pair after that run of 3 points. And all that hard work that Australia had put in at the start of this first set, unpicked largely. Well, full marks to the fans for staying on in the rather chilly evening air and giving it the full treatment on YMCA. Well done. Close enough. Still a chance here for Kendall and Bettany in set one, and still a chance in this match to get through to the main draw, but it's going to be a big test against last week's silver medalists. That'll do nicely. What a good contact from Bettany. Fast arm there to ensure an excellent hit to beat that Yuan block on the option. Great touch. And again. Oh, well played. Her dong there hit the sand very hard. She came steaming in for that ball. It wasn't played cleanly by Bettany. It's good enough. Well-earned point. Australia off the back of the technical, bounce back to a 13-10 lead. This is good from the number 10 seeds. Yeah, that'll do. Qualification seeding, incidentally, the main draw players in the Elite 16. Our top teams already through to the main draw by right and just waiting for the qualifiers that are going to make it. Snatched at that one, Yuan. It was on the right side for the left-hander to hit it, but got it all wrong. Moved around the baseline a lot before serving. Brittany Kendall finally settles nearer the camera on this right side. Got a hand on it, but not quite. Still going with the split blocking. The Aussie pair, which means they share the workload in blocking at the net and defence. Whereas China still with Yuan serving and sprinting to the net. What a hit. It's a serious hit from Kendall, and Yuan just wants a quick hand with our first official Giuseppe Curto of Italy about the handling. Players like to plant a seed if they can, if they're not happy with the set that they've seen, even if it is judged legal by the ref. Good serve. Well, the difference between the two teams has definitely been how tough Australia have gone at this from the baseline. They've created opportunities. China are having to battle really hard to get the ball on the sand and to make their side outs, and they find themselves again with that 3-point deficit potentially if Australia side this ball out. It's a 3-point deficit. Ooh. China will not like that set, but they've not said anything afterwards. Didn't exactly go to the net as an advantage, did it? Stayed in though, didn't break, and gave plenty of sand for Kendall to aim at. And again, tough serve. Again, China in trouble, and they've got themselves out of trouble because Betnay flailed a hand at that one and caught a piece of it when it might have been going out anyway. Need to battle though, you've got to play what you see. Middle set. Bit wider this time to Betnay, and she's just rolled that out. Still chances here for Yuan and Dong in a set where they have not played well in comparison to the standards they set last week to make the final. The challenge event here in Torquay. This has not been great, but they've not been allowed to play. Australia have put on a good performance here, but it's being eroded again. There we go. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was interesting from Jidong. Watch this reaction here. That is a protracted celebration. Straight back at Brittany Kendall. Generally speaking, in volleyball and beach volleyball, celebrating through the net at your opponent is a no-go. Nice response. I must say, Kendall seemed completely oblivious to the fact that she was being fronted up there by Dong. Best way, isn't it? Let the ball do the talking. Oh, wow. Superb. Well, there you go. Jidong had a big old celebrate 2 points ago, straight through the net at Kendall. Then Kendall's put one away and then roofed her. So that worked. Aussie's back in a good position here. two seeds in real danger of going down in this first set, and going down quite heavily. 19-16. Change of ends. Australia have their 3-point advantage back. They have not relented in this opening set, and they've not allowed Luen Juan and Ji Dong to settle into any kind of rhythm. The Chinese pair certainly haven't served as well as we saw last week. Well, you never know, we could be heading for another 3-set battle here. We've already had one in these single shootout games for a place in the main draw. Australia against China that was, and Australia won on that occasion. Well, you have to have no doubt that the number 3 seeds, after their performances last week in Torquay, will be coming back in this match. It's how well Kendall and Bettany handle that, or whether they allow that comeback to happen anyway. You know, it might be that Kendall and Bettany continue this fantastic serving. That'll do from Ji Dong. If Kendall had that point again, she'd have probably pulled from the net. 2 points in it. Dong to serve. China searching for points here. No, that didn't go very well, but it's worked out okay. Yuan attacks down the middle. Brilliant defence from Bettany. Long way off the tape again. And the Aussie ball control letting them down until that final shot. Made it difficult for themselves there, but a beautiful roll onto the line gives the Aussies 3 set points. Kendall with the serve. On to Dong again. Got her. Well reacted, very well reacted by Yuan. Saw that coming. And the blocker just stepping in and putting it away. Two set points remain for the number 10 seeds. Well, we missed the first of them. 1 set point left. Now it's going to get nervy. Yuan, long serve, ace serve. Went really deep with that, took a lot of risk. And she's beaten Brittany Kendall, and this is the last thing Australia need. Not only might they concede this set, but they might concede all the rhythm and pressure that they've built. Tight, Yuan's got it. Pokies for the point. And I'm afraid Australia are throwing this away. Under some pressure from the service line, it has to be said. But now, from 3 set points up, they find themselves a set point down. Yuan to serve. Dips it, aces, Kendall. And that is some comeback from the Chinese team. They take it 22-20 in unlikely circumstances, and the number 2 seeds continue their great run here in Torquay. They lead the Aussies by 1 set to love. Well, you got to feel for Kendall and Bettany there, because they had control of that game. They really did. Serving very, very well, but then that's exactly what Yuan and Dong did. On the comeback, for the first time in the set, they actually got their serves working. And it was good enough to cause Kendall and Bettany all sorts of problems, and well, the less they think about that set, the better. Brittany Kendall and Caitlin Bettany have got to rid their minds of what's just happened and go again. They should have been 1 set to love up, but instead it's their opponents that lead. Team in the white tops, Brittany Kendall and Caitlin Bettany to serve for Australia to get the second set underway. They don't want to be thinking about the situation, but as the commentator, I'm allowed to talk about it. They should have been one set to love up. 3 set points, all of them saved by this Chinese team, who went on a 6-point run, if you include the side out, to put the game across the line. Big swing, big swing. Australia have to go hard here. Second set, 21 points again is the target. They did so many good things in the opening set. They've got to get back to doing exactly that. Once again, it's a little chat from the older of the two Chinese players, Luen Yuan, with our referee, Giuseppe Curto. Pretty sure that was about the handling. Good layout dig from Kendall. Tight though. And Yuan's got a piece of it again. Well, you can't fault Bettany for what she's trying to do. She's trying to put the ball towards the net tape to give her partner the best chance of winning the point. Making sure that block stays in. But if it goes too tight, Yuan's too good a blocker to let those opportunities pass her by. And again, straight down block on a tight set. And now China with a real wave of momentum. And they've managed to transfer it from the back end of one set into this set. It's about an 8-point run where Australia have only scored 1 in return. It's going to be another point, is it? The answer is yes. 4-1 China. And China are now motoring. It's taken a while for the number 2 seeds to get going, but they're playing now. That was required. Australia needed to calm things down. Shot from Kendall. Now they had success with their serve in the first set, the Aussie pair. That's unlucky. Good defence from Bettany, got it into the net, but the net pinged it straight out and past Kendall. Again, Yuan making her feelings known to the referee on the way round. She wasn't happy about the open hand overhead defence. Didn't feel the ball was hard driven enough to warrant that. So managing the game well here, China, from a tricky position. That's a tough serve from Dong. Oh, wow. Went one way, couldn't quite make it back the other. Kendall gets herself another play. And a decent set from Bettany under real pressure there to bump that into a hitting window. Good dipper. Really nice. Hit it quite firmly through the back of the ball, but one of those serves that you knew would be losing volition as it crossed the net, and then the wind just took it. Good touch in the pocket from Kendall. Point chance. Taken. And Australia recover a very tricky situation. 5-2 down to 5-all in our first end switch. Of course, Yuan, very experienced, wanders across, cleans the glasses, takes a bit of sting out of this roll from Australia. Good touch from Bettany, lovely set, really lovely set, and then what a put away from Kendall. Yuan was pulling from the net, but was in a really good position here, and she just got enough on that to get it over the blocker and onto the sand. And China take a rather stressed timeout. They were in control of this match and this set. It's all gone again. very entertaining day of beach volleyball once more on the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour. I wonder how many times I've said that during the course of this season. It really has been a spectacular progression. This globe-trotting tour heading around the planet with its futures, challenge and Elite 16 events. Still got the World Tour finals to come. We've had the World Championships. They'll be occurring again next summer because of the way things have broken down via the pandemic, etc. From Rome we go to Mexico for the World Championships next year. That'll be fascinating. And the whole of the Beach Pro Tour kicks off once again in February. After the World Tour finals in January, we go again in February. Can't wait. It was a roller coaster ride this year. It's been tremendous. And this last Elite 16 event of the season, the final bit of regular season action, already shaping up to be a really good one again. And I think all of us in the women's side of things want to see how well Cheng and Hughes go with the addition of some higher ranked teams into that Elite 16 draw. So back to this action. We are end switch at 7-all. Slight concern here for Australia will be China's serving from this left side of court. Can they get it moving in what little breeze there is? Dong it will be to serve. So Yuan, the blocker's already at the net. Good deep serve on Kendall, but she's handled it well. And then plays an exquisite line over. Well, that was exactly the serve she got beaten with for the ace at the back end of the first set, which started all the trouble. Has learned from that, passed that well. Kendall to serve. She balloons her serve over the baseline. I think Australia just have to see this end change off though. They'll be happy enough with a maybe a 4-3 share of the points. A serve. A change from the deep serve towards the baseline to the little cutter. Just see the way she used her hand on the back of the ball there, Yuan, the lefty. Putting just a touch of spin on that and taking it down and then changing it to the other direction. That is brilliant serving. Yuan's got this ball on a string. Not just a way of putting the ball into play service, it can be an absolute weapon. And another dipper. Kendall's being given a real test here, and then Yuan gets a block on, followed by the pokey on the rebound, and the net touch. Net touch against Yuan. Well, she looks absolutely bemused at that. Let's have a look. Yeah, she touched the net. There we go. Probably bemused that the second official's eyes are so good and spotted it. Yeah, good comeback. So a little bit of damage done by China on this particular rotation, but if Australia can stay just a point behind at the technical timeout before the next switch, you can see how the flags are blowing in the background. They really are starting to blow straight down court towards China here. Definitely picked up in the last few minutes. And that'll do very nicely. And if Australia want to take this to the tiebreaker, they still can. Technical timeout then on 21 points arrives. Just on the Challenge, Elite 16 and World Championships alone. That's not even to count the large amount of futures events there've been. We've been to Tlaxcala and Rosarito in Mexico, Itapema in Brazil, Doha, in Qatar, Kutaisi in Turkey, Strava in the Czech Republic, Jurmala, 2 Elite 16 events back to back, and Czech Republic to Latvia, then the wonderful World Championships in Rome. Up to the mountains for the Stade Elite in Switzerland, the Espino, Portugal, Agadir, Morocco, Hamburg, Germany, and the Rottenbahn tennis arena, then another tennis arena. To Philippe Chatrier's centre court at the Stade Roland Garros for the Paris Elite 16. Then the Maldives, 1.5 metres above sea level. A wonderful island paradise tournament there. We come back out of the technical timeout from China. Then the double up in the UAE, Dubai 1 and 2, then Cape Town, South Africa, and then back to one of the homelands of beach volleyball, Uberlandia, in the highlands of Brazil, but very much a strong volleyball base. And then down to southern Australia to conclude the action here in Torquay. It's been a globe-trotting effort from all concerned. From the players, a marvellously entertaining ride. One more main draw then on the regular tour to bid for, and Australia determined to try and get a place there. For Yuan and Dong, they just want to keep doing what they're doing from last week, which is just brilliant, and they are determined to keep the lead here. Oh, they honestly thought there, Chinese players honestly thought this point had gone against them. But I think it was just Giuseppe Curto warning them about their loud celebrations. Just keep them turned away from the net. Good swing, good swing. Brittany Kendall really jackknifing on that hit. Pummeled that down the middle of the court. And not letting China get away here. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. China have to go again. And another great touch. It's coming back as a free ball, but they're making China work hard for this point. Oh, Australia unlucky. In the right place 3 times in a row, but not the right outcome. From an Australian point of view anyway. From the Chinese perspective, it's perfect. I think Australia have done really well. They've shown some tremendous character and resilience after losing from 3 points up in the first set. Come out swinging in set 2 because China now are playing the kind of volleyball we saw that took them to the final last week. Good block from Yuan. There we go, there's the scream from Zhidong, that familiar celebration. And now trouble for the number 10 seeds. The Australians in the white tops just conceding the 3-point cushion. That's a big lead for China in these circumstances. Yuan races out across for that reverse set, but beautifully hit again. Brittany Kendall's found a rich vein of form here. She's got a gun of an arm. She's banged another one there, great shot. China trying something on that last play. It didn't go well, should we say that. Normally, we've seen a lot of success with the double-up blocks in the breezy conditions, but on that occasion, it didn't work. And I think it was a mistake more than a plan. Now, China make a very well-crafted side out, and I think this is trouble for Australia now. Not just because of the scoreboard, but because China are left side serving into the breeze. Well, there we go. It should have been. Problems for Australia. Instead, it's just a free ball. So point handed over. Kendall with a chance to go to work again. Really good line over. Zhidong throwing her hand high at that ball, making sure the contact point was high, the trajectory flat and fast. That's undefendable. If the blocker doesn't get it, the defender ain't. 3-point cushion restored. Yuan to serve and rush the net. It's a good serve. Kendall's pass under pressure. And she returns the compliment with another quite delightful line over. Really good shot. Points required for Australia off their serve. Good serve onto Yuan. Yuan under pressure here. Kendall stays in at the net, makes the block. And a chance now for Bettany. Not taken. Yuan shuts her down. And a good save from China.
18 on board for China. Long rallies.
And now it's tough for this Aussie pair. Especially potentially with Dong and Yuan to be able to serve 2 more points from this end to give themselves a bit of protection going to the right side. Well, Australia will take that. That's for sure. If they can nick another one here, they will certainly take it. Well, you saw that celebration from Yuan. They understand how important that last point was, and Australia, not for the first time in this match, will be kicking themselves. Really good. Really good support from the sideline from the Aussie players that have hung around to watch this last match of the day. Chance, real chance. Oh, what a piece of defence from Dong. She's really unlucky. That spun away off the arms and beyond Yuan. Australia not done yet. Well, they'll have plenty of time to reflect on this match when it's over. And what happened at the end of the first set will certainly be a talking point. They should have won that set, they know it. Now, same place, roughly, that China were in when they took that opening set. Australia turned the tables like China did from 16-19 down. No, is the answer. Too good. China scurrying this way and that to make some terrific plays. Really good mobility. And it brings up 4 match points for China. Is there going to be one more go at this for the Australian pair? They've got to side this out. Dong to serve. Kendall receives. Bettany sets on the reverse. Good line shot, but Dong's all over it. This for the match. There we go. Straight down the middle. Brilliant from China in the end. Took them a while to get going in this game, but once they got going, the silver medalists from last week were pretty much unstoppable, despite some excellent beach volleyball from Brittany Kendall and Caitlin Bettany. But it's the number 2 seeds that book their place in the main draw next week with a 2-0 victory over Australia. So off they go to the main draw, not next week, tomorrow. It's been a long season. Great season though. And another very enjoyable match comes to a close. And the celebrations can start because Yuan and Dong now can go to work again in an Elite 16 draw to see if they can do something similar to the heroics of last week. So that concludes our action here on centre court from Torquay on qualification day. This last Elite 16 event of the season. It ends with victory to last week's silver medalists from China, who booked themselves a place in the main draw, and all of that starts tomorrow. Main draw pool play from Southern Australia will be underway. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for our coverage. Thanks for your company during the course of today from all of us here at the Volleyball World Team. We'll say goodbye.